Hey guys, tonight we journey back to a time when the streets were made of mud, roofs were made of straw, and disaster had a habit of arriving uninvited with sparks. You're standing on the edge of London Bridge, 1212. The air smells like fish sweat and coal smoke, but mostly fish if we're being honest. The bells are ringing somewhere behind you. It's a market day. The crowd is thick. And as you wipe eel slime off your apron and haggle over a particularly slippery specimen, you notice something wrong. It starts as a shimmer heat rising where there shouldn't be heat. You look toward the southern side of the river, and there it is a curl of smoke, then two, then suddenly flames licking their way out of a thatched roof, like they've been waiting years for their moment. You think that looks bad. You think glad it's across the river. And then the wind changes. The southern side burns quickly. It always does. Too many tanners, too much hay, not enough planning. But when the flames reach the wooden buildings at the bridge's southern gatehouse, things go from bad to legendary. See, London Bridge isn't just a crossing, it's a street. Shops, houses, even a chapel sits snugly along its length, packed tighter than goose pies in a cart. The moment flames reach the bridge, they start feeding on centuries of dried beams and waxed canvas awnings. People scream, horses rear. You drop your eel and sprint your first smart move all day. You head north toward the city. But then someone yells, fire at the other end, and that's when it hits you. The wind. It's not just strong, it's malicious. Flames are now rising behind you and ahead. You're on a bridge, a wooden one, sandwiched between two infernos. Lovely. You turn and run towards the chapel of St. Thomas in the middle of the bridge, thinking it might be a safe haven. It's stone after all. Fire doesn't like stone, right? You're joined by dozens of others, panicked citizens, merchants, priests, even a dancing bear from a street show. His handler is less panicked, probably drunk. Inside the chapel, the air is thick with incense and sweat. A monk is shouting something about divine retribution. A woman is fanning a baby with her apron. Someone else is trying to open a stained glass window with a fish knife. The heat presses in from both sides. Historical fact time. This fire of 1212 is one of the earliest documented mass casualty urban fires in English history. Estimates of the death toll vary wildly. Some say 3,000, others insist that's an exaggeration. Historians still argue whether the high death toll is accurate or the result of chroniclers being a tad dramatic. Which, let's face it, they often were. A man near you says his cousin saw angels in the flames. Another claims this is what happens when we eat too much French cheese. A third blames the bakers always. The bakers. You press against the wall, calculating. You can't go back. You can't go forward. And the chapel won't last forever. Something groans deep and dreadful. The timbers beneath your feet are scorching. You try to make a decision. Stay and hope, jump into the Thames, and pray you float. Start chewing on eel for good luck. A child tugs your sleeve. You look down. He points at a side door. You push it open and find a narrow stairwell leading to the undercroft. Not ideal, but not flaming either. You descend into darkness, the stone blessedly cool under your feet. As you sit there heart pounding, you hear the roar of the bridge above. You wonder how much of London will be left by morning. You wonder if you'll ever smell anything but ash again. You grip the child's hand. The world creaks and groans, and in the flickering light of your lantern, you see rats escaping too. Smart rats. The air is thick and stings your eyes. You don't remember when you last took a proper breath. Somewhere above timbers crash, and the chapel bell gives a single warped toll, like a final drunken farewell. You crouch in the undercroft of London Bridge, stone walls pressing in close, trying not to panic. The child beside you has stopped crying, which is worrying in its own way. Then comes the unmistakable sound of rushing footsteps. A dozen, maybe more, followed by someone shouting, "They've opened the chapel door." Run, run. That's when you realize the people up there are trying to escape, and their only options are forward, backward, or down. Toward you, a man in a soot-black cloak crashes through the archway, nearly stumbling over you. Behind him, 3 women, a priest, and a baker, dragging a sack of flour. Why he brought the flour is anyone's guess. Habit, hope. Or maybe he's trying to bribe St. Peter. You push deeper into the passage, away from the rising heat, but the smell follows. You smoke and sweat, and something worse. Something like burnt wool and pork and old leather. You try not to dwell on it. Some thoughts are not sleep-friendly. Eventually, you reach a wooden door swollen from damp, but not locked. It leads to the bridge's understructure beams and support frames, dangled like ribs beneath a body. You crawl along a slick blank water below fire above. The river laps hungrily against the piers, black and churning. Somewhere behind you, someone starts singing. Badly. You'd laugh if your throat weren't full of ash. Just when you think the plank might snap, you see it a dangling rope, probably from a passing barge. And beyond it, a small flatboat, bobbing awkwardly against the bridge. Hope is rarely elegant, but you'll take it. You shout, wave, wheeze, whatever noise your lungs can summon, and a shadowy figure on the boat looks up. A teen, maybe 14, covered in tar. "You jumpin' or not?" he yells. You glance at the others. The flour baker doesn't hesitate. He flings the sack onto the boat like it's a family heirloom, then follows it with surprising agility for a man shaped like a pudding. You and the child make your move next. The rope is slick but holds. You swing land hard and the boat lurches. The teen shrugs. 3 more and we're sinking. By the time the flames reach the bridge's center, you're drifting north, watching it all burn from the water. From here, it looks like the whole city's on fire. The Thames reflects it, a river of light and ruin. Floating timbers crackle nearby. Somewhere, a pigeon is on fire. Probably still confused about everything. Historical note. At this point in 1212, both ends of London Bridge were burning. Contemporary chroniclers noted that people trying to escape from the south were blocked by flames at the north and vice versa. Many died by drowning after leaping into the river, weighed down by cloak's armor or just bad luck. The wooden superstructures acted like kindling. The bridge itself, however, remained standing. It was rebuilt in stone in the 1200s and would stand for over 600 years. Fringe tidbit. A few accounts mention that King John was supposedly nearby, but did not intervene. Whether that's apathy or vacation timing remains unclear. Historians still argue whether he even knew about the fire in time to act, or if he simply assumed the city would sort itself out. Back on the boat, the teen pulls you toward the bank. "You owe me," he says. "You offer your last deal." He grimaces. "Never mind." You step ashore in the muddy shallows, shoes soaked, lungs ragged, and wonder, is this what survival feels like? You don't feel lucky. You feel empty, but then the child hugs you, and suddenly the world feels a little warmer for once, not because it's on fire. By the time the sun rises, if it even dares, you're wandering the city's edge, or what's left of it. Smoke still hangs in the sky like a curse, dimming the light and turning everything a strange grey-brown, like the world has been lightly dusted with burnt bread. You clutch the child's hand, mostly to steady yourself, but the kid doesn't seem to mind. You make your way back toward the bridge, not because it's a good idea, but because it's the only idea. You need to know. Was your home spared? Did your neighbor's shop survive? Is anyone you know still here? As you approach the remains of the southern gatehouse, the scene hits you like a thrown turnip. Charcoal timbers lean against each other in weird, indecent poses. Stone blackened, iron twisted. A pig squeals somewhere in the distance, probably feral now. People stagger past with buckets, with blankets, with nothing but soot in their eyes. A few carry belongings. One man is dragging a table. Just a table. Not even a good one. And there, amid the rubble, you see the market stalls, or what used to be stalls. Yours included. There's no trace of your fish barrels, no sign of your little wooden cart, no eel guts to speak of. Honestly, the place smells better than usual. You spot a familiar face, old Nan, the woman who used to sell leeks and unsolicited advice. She's sitting on a burnt crate, holding what appears to be a perfectly intact cabbage. "God spared this one," she mutters, stroking it like a pet. You don't argue. These are strange days. Historical fact. After the fire, Southwark was left in ruins. Many of the buildings on the bridge itself were lost, and over the next few decades, the city made plans to replace them with stone structures. The event was considered one of the worst urban fires in early medieval England, second only to disasters yet to come. You wander down the riverbank. The remains of someone's home have slid halfway into the Thames, where it now floats like a soggy raft. There are shoes nailed to what used to be a ceiling beam. A goat with singed fur trots past like it owns the place. The child, your accidental fire companion, points up toward the north end of the bridge. A group of people are gathered there, some shouting, others gesturing toward the sky. You squint. A bell tower, one of the chapels, is starting to tilt. You feel it before you hear it. That subtle shift in air pressure, the stillness just before something very heavy decides it's tired of standing. You run. The people near the tower aren't moving fast enough. Some stare entranced as the steeple groans. A few try to flee too late. You drag the kid with you behind a stack of barrels. You're not sure what they contain, but you pray it's water and not whale oil. And then crash. The bell tower collapses like a giant trunk, losing his balance. Stone crushes wood. A cloud of dust blasts outward, filling your mouth, your eyes, your thoughts. When it clears, you peer out. The north gate is blocked, now buried in debris. The people nearby are gone, or parts of them are visible. You pull the child close, not so much to shield them as to steady yourself. You wonder who rang the bell last. If it had known what was coming, would it have stayed silent? Fringe tidbit. Some rumors claim that the collapse of the tower was heard as far as Westminster, which is probably exaggerated, but does make for dramatic storytelling. Others claim the final bell toll was unnaturally musical, a sort of farewell chime. Historians still argue whether the tower fell from fire damage or structural neglect exacerbated by the blaze. You find yourself at the edge of the river again. The water is full of floating wreckage, broken wagons, barrels, pieces of bridges, hopes. The city feels hushed, like it's holding its breath. You wonder if this is the worst thing that will happen in your lifetime. Spoiler alert, it's not. But at this moment, you sit on a scorched stone, hold a coughing child in your lap, and stare into the river, as if it might explain things. It doesn't, but it flows on anyway. A few days pass. Or maybe it's one long smoldering day that never really ends. Time doesn't move right after a fire. The sky stays hazy. The sun feels wrong. Food tastes like ash. People speak softer, like if they're too loud, the city might crumble further out of sheer embarrassment. You return to where your home once stood, if only to see the footprint of it. There's not much left, just some scorched bricks, a bit of twisted iron, and the smell of boiled leather and regret. Your neighbor's house is similarly gone, except his cat. Of all things, the cat has survived, and it now sits on the highest remaining beam, like it's queen of the ruins. She eyes you with a mix of disdain and ownership. You're not sure if she remembers you. You definitely remember her, the child whom you've now taken to calling Ash for obvious reasons, sits beside you drawing in the soot with a stick. They've drawn what looks like a fish on fire. You choose not to interpret it symbolically. As the days stretch on, a sort of camp forms near the north bank. People build makeshift tents out of salvaged cloaks and banners. Someone tries to organize food. Someone else tries to organize prayers. No one succeeds entirely. It's too soon. One evening, as you sit gnawing on a very unconvincing biscuit, a group of men pass by, speaking in hushed, urgent tones. You catch snippets: divine punishment, God's wrath, too many sins. One of them gestures at a man holding a lute and says, "Minstrels, always the start of trouble." You raise an eyebrow. Even in tragedy, people need someone to blame. Historical fact. In the aftermath of the 1212 fire, many Londoners sought religious explanations for the disaster. Some claimed it was retribution for moral decline. Others blamed specific professions: actors, bakers, foreigners. It was also common to blame the poor, which was a bit like blaming firewood for catching fire. The tension thickens. Rumors spread faster than the fire ever did. You hear one tale that a group of Italians were seen throwing torches onto rooftops, which seems unlikely given their complete absence from the city's foreign merchant lists. Another rumor claims it was the fishmongers finally getting back at the bakers for that. "You stink of haddock" remark last winter. Someone else says it was witches. Of course it was witches. It's always witches. You overhear a monk declaring that the fire started because people were eating meat on Friday. A woman next to him insists it's because of dancing. Someone else chimes in blaming children, which is bold given that Ash is sitting right there, drawing a dragon with flames shooting out of its nose. Fringe tidbit. One outlandish tale claims that the fire began when a man tried to cook an eel inside a copy of the Bible. There's no real evidence for this, but the mental image is oddly specific and mildly poetic. Historians still argue whether the fire was truly accidental or whether negligence from local authorities played a major role. There's no clear record of firefighting efforts, likely because there weren't any. Buckets and shouting were about the extent of medieval emergency response. You spend the next few nights listening to people recount where they were, how they escaped, who they lost. A man sobs about his dog. A girl talks about how the stained glass in the chapel exploded into colors like fairy blood. You're not sure what that means, but you nod supportively. Eventually, someone suggests rebuilding. Stronger this time, they say, with stone. Another scoffs. Stone can burn too. That's not technically true, but you don't correct him. He's holding an axe. You and Ash help scavenge. You dig through ash piles for nails, boards, anything reusable. You learn to tell the difference between scorched wood and truly dead wood. You start to believe in tomorrow again, just a little. And every night without fail, the cat watches from her perch, like she's supervising the cleanup effort, or waiting to see if you'll rebuild her house first. You don't, because even in the ashes of London, you still have priorities. You wake one morning to the sound of bells tolling again, this time not from collapse, but from ceremony. A memorial service, they say, a mass for the dead. For the bridge burned, the river swallowed, the smoke smothered. You and Ash join the slow-moving crowd, shuffling towards St. Paul's like a bruised animal limping home. It's a strange kind of gathering. Some folks wear black, others wear what's left. A few people are dressed so finely, you wonder if their homes even burned at all. One man wears 2 different shoes. Another has a melted spoon hanging around his neck like a relic. The bishop leads the mass. His voice echoes beneath the vast cathedral dome, rising above the mumbling and throat-clearing of survivors. He calls for repentance, for reflection, and for generous donations, which earns a few well-timed coughs. You lean against a pillarhead, fuzzy from smoke and solemnity, and try to focus. But it's not the sermon that holds your attention. It's the murmurs. Even here, especially here, people whisper about why it happened, about what caused it, about who should pay. The south side started it, someone mutters. No, the north. That baker with the crooked chimney couldn't have been the chimney, another insists. He was boiling glue. Weren't the French? Weren't you born in Normandy? Silence. Historical fact. After the 1212 fire, there were serious discussions in London about building regulations. While actual enforcement remained lax for centuries, this disaster was an early nudge toward urban fire codes, including wider streets, fewer thatch roofs, and designated fire breaks. Of course, most of these reforms were ignored until the next great fire in 1666, because some traditions, like procrastination, are eternal. You and Ash wander the city in the following days. People sweep out soot with stiff brooms. Some pitch tents in the ruins. A man begins selling fire-blessed relics, charred spoons, burnt books, even a slightly melted crucifix. He swears it weeps at night. You're tempted to ask for a discount. Near your old street, you see a burned wall, standing alone, the last remnant of a once bustling house. On it, someone has scratched words into the brick with a nail. We lived here. We burned. We live still. You stop and stare at it longer than you mean to. Ash reads it too. Doesn't say anything. Just squeezes your hand. And then there's the blame. A town meeting is held on the green beneath a half-standing gazebo. Several hundred people show up because there's nothing better to do. And yelling in public is cheaper than therapy. A well-fed merchant stands up and declares the fire was an act of God. A priest nods solemnly. Then a carpenter shouts that it was an act of cheap timber and bad chimney sweeps. A monk suggests God started the fire to punish gluttony. A woman shouts that he started it to punish taxes. A drunk swears he saw a glowing figure dancing on the rooftops just before the fire spread. He is mostly ignored. Fringe tidbit. One chronicler recorded that a woman claimed she saw St. Michael himself descend upon the bridge with a flaming sword and then immediately leave because it smelled like boiled onions. Scholars suspect this may have been metaphor, hallucination, or satire. Though it's surprisingly specific, historians still argue whether the 1212 fire was a true turning point in urban planning or simply a dramatic inconvenience. Some claim it forced reforms. Others say it was just another burnt page in London's long, smoky story. Back near the river, you see children playing with ashes, sculpting little soot castles, giving them names like Fire Town and St. Burnington. Ash joins them. You watch as they shape a tiny eel in the sand, then light it on fire with a stolen candle stub. You're not sure whether to laugh or stop them. So you just sit on a barrel and let it happen. Maybe this is how resilience looks. A smudge-faced kid igniting imaginary fish because everything else already burned. That night, someone starts a small fire in a brazier to warm hands and heat broth. The flames rise and dance soft and orange and controlled. And for the first time in weeks, nobody flinches. You sit close, ash beside you, and watch the firelight flicker across scorched walls and hopeful eyes. The cat curls at your feet, still judgmental, still alive. And for the first time since the smoke came, you let yourself sleep. You wake up years later, sort of. Not from sleep, but from memory. Because by now, you've survived the London fire, raised ash as your own sold fish. Again, briefly turns out, once you smell like ash, customers don't love seafood and then move north. York, they say, is thriving. A big, bustling town with stone walls, busy streets, and a minster so tall it scratches the sky. You even manage to secure a little home just outside the walls, near enough to sell turnips, far enough to avoid tax collectors. You've started to believe in things again, like roofs and neighbors. Until the pigs catch fire, it's a morning like any other. You're hauling a cart full of soft, damp root vegetables to the market when a sharp screaming sound breaks the calm, a pig ablaze, flailing through the straw-lined street like a squealing fireball. Behind it, flames leap from house to house, chasing the wind like a drunk with a grudge. Not again, you whisper, like you've offended fate by daring to rest. Historical fact. The York Fire of 1137 began in the early morning, likely from a hearth fire gone rogue. It destroyed large portions of the city, including the original York Minster, which was under construction. The city's narrow lanes, timber buildings, and thatch roofs made it the perfect kindling box. You toss your turnips a tragedy, and grab Ash, now a lanky teenager with more sarcasm than sense, and run. Where do we go? They shout. You look around. The walls aren't safe. The market is in flames. The cathedral, you think. It's stone, it's huge, and if God won't help, at least his walls might hold a little longer. You bolt that way, dodging falling beams, overturned wagons, and a very confused knight in chainmail shouting about missing horses. Ash grabs a water bucket and starts hurling it at a burning shed. It does absolutely nothing, but you admire the effort. As you sprint, the sky begins to change. Smoke curls upward, turning the sun to a sickly copper coin, and the sounds of morning bells, birds bartering, are replaced by wood, cracking people, wailing, pigs exploding. You didn't even know that was a thing. You reach the cathedral square just as a flaming cartwheel rolls past like some demonic festival decoration. Several people are already gathered at the minster's thick doors, pounding and shouting for entry. The priests finally unbolt the great oak door, and you all tumble inside, soot-faced, breathless, reeking of fear and onions. Fringe tidbit. One local legend says a statue of a saint inside the minster wept actual tears during the fire, which were used to douse the flames around it. Skeptics suggest a cracked roof and a well-placed leak. Historians still argue whether the story reflects genuine medieval belief in divine signs or just a tendency to narrate chaos with hope. Inside the cathedral, it's cooler. Still, the air is tinged with smoke and the candlelight flickers oddly, as if the flames outside are trying to sneak in through the cracks. You help bar the doors with pews. Ash finds a small girl who's lost her mother and offers her an apple. The monks sing, loudly, very loudly. It's hard to tell if it's for faith or for panic management. Then comes the groan, a great, deep, sickening groan from the back of the cathedral. You know that sound. That's timber saying, I've had enough. You turn to see smoke pouring from the rafters above the altar. Not yet fire, but the threat of it. The minster is stone, yes, but its roof is wooden and angry. You rush toward a monk with a water bucket chain going. You join in, handing, passing, sloshing each bucket, a whisper of resistance. Ash climbs a scaffolding to dump a bucket straight into the rafters. You're not that flammable, you yell, and they shout back. What's life without drama, teenagers? By some miracle, the flames don't consume the cathedral. The fire rages outside, yes, and much of York burns, but the minster holds charred, but standing like an old knight with scorch marks on his armor. When it's over, you step outside to find your street gone again. Your turnips are soup. Your cart is a wheel. Ash turns to you, hair singed at the edges, holding a charred piglet that somehow lived. You're cursed, they say flatly. You don't argue, because you are, but you're alive. You would think surely, you'd think that after surviving 2 great fires, the gods might grant you a pass, a little grace, a few uneventful decades of soup and slippers. Instead, they give you flying fire. You're standing outside the York Minster again, this time for a holy feast. It's been months since the flames tore through the town, and the city has slowly stitched itself back together. People smile again. Markets buzz. Ash is off trading turnip soup recipes with a girl from Lincoln. You're admiring the way the sunlight filters through new stained glass. When the first shout rings out, the fires jump the wall. You spin around. That's not possible, you think. The stone wall, the one they just finished reinforcing. But fire has no respect for civic planning. Flames carried by strong northern winds have leapt the defensive walls of York and landed somehow in the narrow, overcrowded lanes beyond the minster. Within moments, everything smells like hot tar and old rugs, and your knees are already aching in recognition. Not again, not again. Historical fact. In 1137, York's city walls, while impressive, failed to stop the spread of fire thanks to strong winds and flammable urban sprawl. Entire neighborhoods ignited within minutes. Eyewitness accounts say the fire spread as if chasing the wind. You grab a nearby monk, Brother Timothy, who owes you money, and shout, "Water line buckets, fire crews, anything." He just blinks. What's a fire crew? Exactly. People scatter. The bells ring again, and you fight your way through crowds and livestock to reach the edge of the blaze. A thatched roof bakery has gone up like it was built to please fire demons, and from it, flames are licking across neighboring rooftops like eager tongues. Ash reappears beside you, panting. "I swear I didn't do this one," they say. You believe them, but only barely. You rush toward the minster. It held once. Maybe it will hold again. But as you sprint, something catches your eye. A flicker, a glow, not from the rooftops, but from above. A fireball, no, not a magic one. A literal burning hunk of wood from a wind-blown roof sailing through the sky like it's auditioning for a role in your nightmares. It arcs, it lands, right on top of the library. Annex the one part of the cathedral they hadn't fireproofed. You howl. The monks gasp. Someone drops a holy relic into a puddle. Then action. You and Ash lead the charge with a human bucket line from the nearby well. The water is muddy and smells like yesterday's duck stew, but no one complains. You slosh through scramble upstairs, and at one point tackle a flaming tapestry like it owes you money. Fringe tidbit, a surviving record, claims that a cat jumped from the roof of the burning annex and landed unharmed on a bishop's head. The bishop reportedly took it as a sign from God. The cat likely was just very committed to its exit strategy. Historians still argue whether the fireball that hit the annex was from a burning building, or perhaps embers blown in from a distant blaze. Some claim there were multiple fires, even arson. But no one agrees on the full cause. After hours, the flames relent, the wind dies down, and you slump against a wall soaked in water sweat and possibly duck broth. Ash sits beside you, munching on a semi-burnt apple like it's a victory prize. You both look up at the minster, its tower, silhouetted against the smoke-dimmed sky. The annex is a scorched shell, but the main cathedral stands blackened but defiant. You know, Ash says, if we make it to 3 city fires, do we get a badge? You shake your head. You get a room in a stone house with no roof and no flammable furniture. I want a badge. You laugh. A little. Just a little. Because somehow, in the middle of a second burning, you're not broken. Just tired. Charred. But standing. And in York, that counts as thriving. Later that week, because fire takes its sweet time. You find yourself passing buckets in a chain of muddy villagers, shoulder to shoulder, with monks, traders, and one man who insists on reciting psalms backwards for balance. No one tells him to stop. He might be onto something. The flames are mostly under control now, but the real battle is keeping the embers from waking up again. You've learned a few things by now. Smoke lies, stone gets hot, and if your boots start to melt, it's probably time to move. You're near the Minster's tower now, which somehow still stands, despite everything. The eastern wall is scorched but stable. The real issue is the roof, mostly wood, partly panic. You join the effort there, climbing scaffolds and carrying water up ladders that are one good sigh away from collapse. Ash is 2 levels up, balanced precariously on a beam with a bucket in each hand. "This is fine," they shout. It is not fine. Someone slips and drops a bucket. It hits the ground with a slap that sounds like judgment. You climb faster. Historical fact: during the 1137 York fire attempts were made to save York. Minster's construction site, then only partially completed. Bucket brigades were hastily formed, often by townsfolk, with no formal fire training, because no such thing existed. Despite their efforts, parts of the Minster were destroyed and had to be rebuilt in later decades. When you reach the top, the view is strangely beautiful. The city smolders in every direction. Smoke rises in soft grey plumes. The river Ouse snakes through it, all reflecting the firelight, like it's holding on to each ember for safekeeping. You pass your bucket to a priest who clearly regrets taking vows of manual labor. Behind you, a nun fans the flames away from the stained glass with a broken hymnal. Improvisation is everything. Then you see it a flicker near the bell chamber. A patch of roof has reignited flames curling under a beam like fingers gripping a ledge. You yell, "Point, run!" Ash beats you to it. They scale the rafter like a smoke-slicked squirrel and dump the bucket directly onto the flame, then slam the beam with their heel until it gives a satisfying sizzle. "Still fine," they call again, now blackened and grinning. You're proud, also terrified, also extremely ready to ban anything made of wood from your life forever. Fringe tidbit: one chronicle of the fire mentions that townsfolk formed a musical line, singing as they passed buckets to inspire morale and confuse demons. The song supposedly included the line, "If thou burneth, smite thy flame with pale not prayer." Catchy. Historians still argue whether this account reflects real practice or post-disaster poetic license. Either way, it's better than yelling. By dusk, the Minster still stands. Scarred, yes. Singed, yes. But upright. The roof is mostly saved. You sit on a beam beside Ash, both of you smudged with soot and oddly satisfied. Below, townsfolk begin to gather again, assessing damage, sharing bread, blaming one another for suspiciously flammable laundry lines. The bishop appears in full regalia, his hat slightly charred at the edges, and announces, "We shall rebuild stronger." Someone in the crowd mutters, "How many times we gonna say that?" Someone else starts to clap. Others join, not because they believe it necessarily, but because it's the only way to beat back the silence. That night, you sleep beneath the stars on a roof that didn't fall. The sky is finally clear. The fire has moved on, bored or satisfied, leaving behind its usual gifts, ashes, rumors, and an overwhelming urge to invent brick. Ash sleeps beside you, snoring softly, their hair still smelling faintly of pig. You try not to think about the next fire, but you know it's out there, waiting. You don't rebuild this time. After York, after the second cathedral near Miss, and the third round of singed eyebrows, you and Ash pack up what little you still own, mostly spoons and questionable memories, and head southwest, somewhere quieter, less flammable. Glastonbury calls to you, a sleepy town with a famous abbey good cider and allegedly fewer pigs on fire. You settle near the edge of town where the roads are soft with moss, and the locals look at you like they're waiting for you to burst into flames. You don't, not yet. The abbey is magnificent, a sprawl of stone and light, tended by monks who smell of beeswax and propriety. They take you in kindly, if a little nervously. Ash joins a small apprentice school run by a monk named Brother Owen, who insists that books are safer than buckets. You sell soup. Life almost feels still, until the night the storm came. It begins with a wind that sighs through the trees like it's disappointed in everything. Then the rain comes, sheets of it drumming on rooftops, turning dirt roads into sticky rivers. You sit inside your cottage, holding a cup of warm cider, and listen. It's a beautiful sound, until it's not, because there's another sound beneath it. Something wrong. A crack, a pop, a dull, distant boom that rattles the cup in your hands. You fling open the shutters just in time to see a bolt of lightning strike the abbey roof. For a moment, it's daylight. For a moment, the sky is electric, and then flames curling up from the highest spire like a banner unfurled in defiance of heaven. You don't wait. You grab your coat, your boots, and your stubbornness. Ash is already running ahead with Brother Owen, who is clutching a stack of manuscripts and muttering something about fireproof ink. The rain is no help. It hisses against the fire, but doesn't quench it. Instead, it just seems to irritate it, like throwing tea on a dragon. Historical fact. In 1184, Glastonbury Abbey suffered a catastrophic fire. Lightning is believed to have struck the building, igniting the roof. Large portions of the abbey, including the monastic buildings, were destroyed. The church itself collapsed, and many of its relics were lost. You push through the monastery gate and into chaos. Monks run back and forth, some trying to form a bucket line from the well, others trying to save books, relics, and holy cheese. Priorities vary. You join the line again. Your hands remember the rhythm. The splash, the pass, the pray. Ash disappears into the smoke with a small bucket and an oversized sense of confidence. You yell after them, but it's no use. You see Brother Owen trying to pry a locked door open with a candlestick. It is exactly as effective as it sounds. Flames crawl down from the roof to the upper library. Somewhere nearby, a statue crumbles. A monk collapses. A section of roof groans. Then a beam falls. Right where Ash had just climbed, you lurch forward, shouting, slipping on wet stone, and find them on the floor, dazed but alive, one boot smoldering. You drag them backward, just as the beam crashes down, showering sparks like angry fireflies. Fringe tidbit. According to local law, during the Abbey fire, one book survived completely untouched, found lying open in the middle of a burnt room. Monks considered it a miracle. The book was later discovered to be a copy of The rule of Saint Benedict, now known as the Lucky One. No soot, no scorch, just slightly more famous. Historians still argue whether the book's survival was divine intervention, a trick of physics, or just dumb luck. But its legend grew, and pilgrims began to seek it out. Some even brought charred copies of their own, hoping proximity would fix them. You and Ash retreat with the others as the abbey roof collapses behind you in a roar of stone and flame. The bell falls next. The sound is less a toll than a scream. The ground shakes. Sparks float in the air like orange snow. You huddle under a tree, soaked and steaming, watching centuries of holy history burn. The monks kneel and chant. One stands alone, arms lifted to the sky, yelling in Latin. You think he's swearing, but your Latin's rusty. You close your eyes, press your forehead to ashes, and whisper, "Next time we move, I'm choosing the town." They nod. Choose one made of soup. You both laugh, because what else is there? Smoke has a memory. It lingers in your clothes, even after you wash them in the creek 3 times and beat them on a rock for good measure. It curls through your dreams at night, whispering, "Remember when the abbey fell." Even weeks later, long after the embers have gone out and the bells have been replaced by silence, the smell of burnt incense and rain-wet ash still clings to everything. The abbey is a ruin now. Not the poetic kind either. Just rubble. Stone blocks, cracked and blackened, charred wood beams, like broken ribs poking from the ground. The gardens are gone. The refectory is a puddle. The library is a memory. But the monks remain. And you're still here too. Because where else would you go? Each morning, you help with the cleanup. Ash carries buckets of rubble like it's a sport. Brother Owen has turned melancholy, wandering the grounds with a slightly melted candelabra and reading aloud from scorched pages as if the books can still hear him. One afternoon, while clearing debris near what was once the crypt, you uncover a hidden passageway, half collapsed and filled with dust. Curiosity is stronger than caution, always has been, so you and Ash crawl in. It's narrow, the walls, damp and close. The smell down here is different, not smoke, but age, like the breath of someone who's been waiting too long to be remembered. You reach the end of the tunnel and find a small chamber. It's cool, quiet, and not entirely empty. There's a stone slab in the center, and on it, bones. Human bones. Old, very old. Beside them, a piece of carved wood, bearing faded letters, Artorius Rex. You and Ash exchange a look. "Oh no," you whisper. "Is that?" "Don't say it." "King Arthur," you sigh. Historical fact. After the fire of 1184, monks at Glastonbury claim to have discovered the tomb of King Arthur and Queen Guinevere beneath the abbey ruins. The announcement brought flocks of pilgrims and renewed funding, leading some to believe the timing was convenient. The bones were displayed and eventually reinterred with honors. Ash picks up a small piece of metal near the bones. "Looks like a belt buckle," they say, brushing off centuries of dust. "Fancy." You think it's cursed. "Of course it's cursed," you mutter. "Everything in this town is cursed." You both sit in silence for a moment, staring at the bones. Whether or not they really belong to a legendary king is beyond you. Maybe the monks planted them. Maybe they believed. Maybe Arthur just got tired and laid down here a few centuries early. Fringe tidbit. Some early visitors to the tomb claim that the bones glowed faintly at night, though skeptics argue it was likely moonlight hitting nearby quartz, or less romantically, a case of wishful hallucination. Historians still argue whether the discovery was genuine or a brilliant act of medieval PR. The abbey certainly needed the boost. The fire had devastated its wealth and prestige. Finding a legendary royal corpse among the rubble was the medieval equivalent of going viral. You leave the crypt in a daze, dragging behind you a dozen new questions, and a very smug Ash, who is now convinced they're descended from Arthur because of that one dream about swords. Back in the daylight, the monks gather as you report the discovery. Brother Owen crosses himself 3 times and declares, "We are blessed." Another monk immediately suggests they charge admission. You step away from the growing debate and find a quiet patch of scorched grass to sit. The abbey may have burned, but somehow its story has been reignited, fanned to life by bones and belief and perfectly timed archaeology. The wind shifts. You catch the scent again, ash and stone, and something older. Not fire this time, but legend. Ash plops down beside you, still holding the buckle. So they say, "We're gonna find Excalibur next." You shake your head. "Only if it's fireproof." They grin. "Nothing's fireproof." You look out across the ruins of Glastonbury, and for once believe that might not be true. The strange thing is, the singing didn't stop. Even as the abbey collapsed, even as the sky glowed orange, and the crypt filled with smoke and ash, the monks, those who could, kept chanting. Some say it was instinct. Others say it was a kind of defiance. Maybe it was just all they had left. You hear it again now, days after the fire, as you haul broken beams from the collapsed nave. The voices rise from what remains of the choir stalls. Barely a dozen monks, soot-streaked and hollow-eyed, chanting as if nothing ever burned. It sends a chill up your spine. Not because it's eerie, though it is, but because it's beautiful. Hopeful. Even now, you sit on a chunk of blackened stone and listen. For a moment, you let it wash over you like cool water. Then Ash drops a bag of nails on your foot, and the moment passes. The east cloisters caved in, they report, and the roof fell into the apothecary. The good news is all the lavender caught fire, so it smells amazing in there. Of course it does. Historical fact. Following the fire at Glastonbury in 1184, monks maintained daily rituals and services among the ruins. This was partly for spiritual reasons, and partly to reassure visiting pilgrims that the abbey's sacredness had not burned away with its roof. Music and chanting continued amid the rebuilding, a testament to the abbey's enduring presence. You and Ash joined the monks near the cloisters, working to clear a path through the rubble. A few of the older brothers direct you to avoid what used to be the novice dormitory, too unstable. You peek in anyway. A beam leans against a scorched statue of St. Dunstan. He's lost his nose, but somehow looks smug about it. Later that evening, you sit with the others in what used to be the refectory. A few benches survived. Dinner is thin stew with a side of miracle bread, so named because it somehow didn't burn even though the pantry did. It's very hard and vaguely smells of pears. Ash nibbles on it and says, "I think I chipped a tooth." You shrug. That means it's holy. They're not convinced. Across the room, Brother Owen stands up with something cradled in his arms. A book. Not a perfect one, but close. The edges are charred, but the pages are mostly intact. I found it in the sacristy, he announces, hidden in a cabinet, forgotten but not lost. He opens it and begins to read a passage from the Rule of Saint Benedict, something about humility and fire drills. The monks murmur approval. One claps, another weeps, and then they sing again, not the full chant this time. Just a soft hum, a harmony that floats up to the blackened rafters, curls into the night air and fades. Fringe tidbit. There are tales of monks in Glastonbury chanting throughout the night, even after the disaster, claiming their songs would ward off the devil's ash. One traveler wrote in his journal that the sound made his hair stand on end, but in a comforting way, like a divine chill. Historians still argue whether the monks truly sang through the worst of the fire, or if later stories exaggerated their resolve. Some believe it was likely monastic life was rooted in routine, and chants were not just spiritual, but stabilizing. You lie down on a borrowed cot in a half-tent, half-shed structure someone jokingly calls the new abbey suite. The roof is canvas, the walls are wet. There's a squirrel living in one corner, but it's dry, warmish, and for the first time in weeks, you don't dream of fire. Instead, you dream of music, voices in the ruins, songs rising from soot, a chorus not of grief, but of stubborn, smoldering joy. You wake to Ash snoring beside you, curled like a cat, and drooling on what remains of the miracle bread. And outside, they're singing again. It starts with a whisper, not words, but pages turning. You're in the abbey ruins again, this time clearing what used to be the scriptorium, or at least what's left of it. Half the wall has gone open to the sky, like a mouth mid-gasp. Ash is digging through fallen shelves, muttering about ink pots and charred quills. Then you see a book lying in the rubble, like it just wandered out of history. The binding is cracked, but intact. The leather is scorched along one edge, but the cover still holds firm. You brush off Ash and read the title scratched faintly into the front, De Mirabilibus Sanctis Glastoniae, The Wonders of the Saints of Glastonbury. You open it carefully. The pages aren't burned, not a single one. You blink check again, not even singed. You call Ash over. Touch this, you say. They poke it, wrinkle their nose. Feels normal. Exactly. Which is suspicious. You both sit stunned, staring at the thing, like it might grow legs and explain itself. Historical fact. After the 1184 fire, a single manuscript was reportedly found unharmed amid the ruins. It was considered miraculous by the monks and later enshrined as a holy artifact. The exact identity of the book is still debated, but it likely included records of local saints and abbey relics. Brother Owen eventually joins. Hugh takes one look and nearly drops his censer. He snatches the book up like it's a baby lamb, cradling it, whispering Latin prayers like thank yous. Soon the news spreads a book that survived the fire without a blemish. Pilgrims flock to see it, even though there's barely a roof over their heads. Some kneel in front of it. Others just whisper and reach out as if it might cure their back pain or keep their soup from burning. You help set up a little viewing table for it, half altar, half curiosity cabinet. Ash draws a protective circle around it in chalk and says, just in case. The monks debate what it means. Brother Owen is convinced it's divine proof. Brother Stephen argues it's just thick parchment. A younger monk whispers that maybe it's magic and is immediately reassigned to night silence duty. Fringe tidbit. One tale claims that a visiting knight tried to steal the fireproof book, only to find it burned his hands when he touched it with dishonest intent. More likely, he was caught and slapped with a candle holder. Either way, no repeat attempts were made. Historians still argue whether the book's preservation was miraculous or simply due to its placement tucked in a stone alcove, wrapped in wool, or shielded by a collapsed beam. No one can quite agree, which of course makes it all the more powerful. You and Ash guard the book one night, mostly because the monks are terrified someone else might accidentally misplace it. You sit under a tarp, sipping tea, while the book rests on a stone table between two melted candlesticks. Ash asks, "Do you think it's actually holy?" You think about it, about how it survived what nothing else could, about how it lies there calmly, like it knew it would make it, about how every pilgrim who sees it leaves just a little taller, like they're walking with something heavier than belief in their pockets. And you say maybe. Then you nudge the book gently and add, or maybe it's just very, very lucky. Ash leans back. Either way, I want one. You smile. Then the wind picks up, rattling the tarp, and the candle flickers. The book does not move, not even a page. It just sits quietly defying the rules of ruin. And you realize, in a strange way, it's become the new heart of the abbey. This fireproof book, this page of persistence, this chapter of stubborn survival. It didn't need to shout, it just needed to stay. If you ever wondered what a panicked pilgrim stampede looked like, wonder no more. It's a warm spring morning. Birds chirping abbey walls, buzzing with reconstruction talk, and you're sitting quietly by the fireproof book, now displayed beneath a velvet cloth on a wobbly table, when someone screams. At first, you think it's the usual "I stepped on a nail in the rubble" sort of scream. But then comes a second and a third, and suddenly, dozens of barefoot travelers in patchwork cloaks are dashing across the abbey lawn like sheep that just spotted a wolf wearing sandals. Ash, who's been manning the souvenir stone stand, don't ask, yells, "What now?" You stand, squint, and then you see it. A swarm of panicked pilgrims fleeing through the cloisters like mice from a broom. Behind them, smoke, not fire, but thick enough to suggest a flame somewhere. And over it all, chanting, but not the usual peaceful monotone hum of monks who've accepted their fate. No, this is different. It's fast. It's loud. It's musical. You push through the crowd to find a small group of monks, maybe 8 of them, marching in a circle and chanting something in Latin that sounds suspiciously like a drinking song slowed to half speed. They're waving censers, tossing holy water like flower girls, and singing loudly, terribly, with gusto. Brother Owen, red in the face and flapping his sleeves, turns to you and declares, "We're driving out the fire demons." You blink. With Gregorian karaoke, he nods solemnly. You look behind him. A small fire has broken out in the apothecary ruins, probably from an overturned lamp during morning cleaning. Manageable. But now there are tourists hiding behind statues, monks flinging frankincense, and a nun shrieking something about St. Bridget's ghost. You grab a bucket and run. Ash joins you, wielding a wet cloak like a whip. You handle the west wall. I'll smother the herbs. You stomp out the blaze to smoking baskets and one very unfortunate batch of basil just as Brother Owen's choir reaches its crescendo. The flames sputter, hiss, and die. You're soaked muddy and smell like mint. The crowd slowly returns, inching forward, as if worried the monks will break into an encore. You wave them back, assure them it's over, and Ash loudly proclaims that the demons have been successfully confused into submission. There's light applause. Someone drops a coin into your bucket. Historical fact. In the chaos following the Glastonbury fire, monks were known to incorporate public rituals and musical processions to reassert control, comfort the community, and bolster the abbey's image. Singing was not just spiritual, it was strategic. You and Ash recover the fireproof book and replace the cracked incense burner with something that doesn't smell like roasted cabbage. A young monk approaches sheepishly, holding what appears to be a smoking tambourine. Should we sing again later? You sigh. Only if the demons send a formal invitation. Fringe tidbit. A 13th century chronicler once recorded a monk claiming that singing in F major repelled flame spirits, while E minor attracted mice and moral confusion. No one's quite sure if it was satire or theology. Historians still argue whether these musical fire rituals were genuine beliefs or elaborate performances meant to impress donors and calm nerves. Given the flair, it's fair to assume a little of both. That night, you and Ash sit under a rebuilt archway, watching the moon rise over the charred but standing abbey. The fireproof book rests nearby, untouched by chaos. Ash hums a tune, one of the monks' bizarre hymns, and you hum along. Not because it's good, but because it's yours now. You survive the fire. You survive the singing. And somehow you're still here. You don't notice the book glowing at first. It's late, well past compline, and the abbey is quieter than it's been in weeks. No chanting monks, no clanging hammers, not even Ash muttering about soup spices. Just the slow creak of settling timbers and the occasional sigh of a wind that seems for once tired too. You're alone, watching over the book. Not because you were asked to, but because you volunteered, which is always a mistake. They gave you a stool, a damp cloak, and a cup of something herbal that may or may not have had worms in it. You sip. Wait. Try not to nod off. Then it happens. Just a flicker at first. A kind of shimmer like the page-reflected moonlight. Except there's no moon tonight. Just clouds. And your breath. You lean in. The book looks exactly the same. Old, neat, very unfazed by history. Then a page turns on its own. You freeze. It's not dramatic. Just a soft whip, like a breath. But you hadn't touched it. There's no wind, and the candle is far enough away not to matter. You wait. Another page turns. Okay, you whisper. Very funny. Historical fact. After the Glastonbury fire, the so-called miracle manuscript became an object of fascination. Monks claimed it sometimes opened to specific passages on its own, often ones relating to trials by fire or resurrection. Some took it as divine guidance, others as a need for heavier paperweights. You don't panic. Not really. You just casually move a stone onto the book's edge. The pages stay still. You nod. Victory. Then the candle flickers once, twice, and snuffs itself out. There's no breeze. You stare at the darkness, at the not quite visible book. Okay, you whisper again. I don't mind you turning pages. I do mind creepy atmospheric flourishes. Just then, someone coughs behind you. You spin. It's Ash, of course. Hair tousled, wrapped in a blanket, munching something that might be a radish. I figured you'd fall asleep up here, they say, squinting at the extinguished candle. Is the book doing its party tricks again? It turned 2 pages. They nod unimpressed. Last week it turned 4. Maybe it just likes you. You both stare at it. Ash pokes the corner. Maybe it's trying to tell us something. You frown. Like what? I don't know. Maybe it's a guidebook, a prophecy. Maybe it wants to go home. You pause. The idea of a homesick book is strangely sad. Fringe tidbit. A lesser-known legend claims that the fireproof book originally belonged not to Glastonbury, but to a wandering monk who never stayed in one place for more than a month. The book, they say, followed him from abbey to abbey, never burning, never aging. Some say it chose where to live next. Historians still argue whether this story refers to an actual traveling manuscript or whether it's an allegory about faith survival or possibly magical paper-making techniques lost to time. Ash curls up beside you, blanket cocooned, chewing thoughtfully. You relight the candle. The book doesn't move. It just sits there, unbothered, inexplicable, and perfect. You decide not to mention the glowing. Not tonight. Instead, you read aloud. The page it turned to is a passage about quiet courage, about enduring trials, not with swords or shouting, but with stillness, with presence. You read, Ash listens. The candle burns low, and for the first time in days, nothing catches fire. Dawn creeps over Glastonbury, like a tired cat, soft and slow, and the color of leftover smoke. You're still sitting by the book, the candle now just a stub, and Ash snoring gently beside you, with a radish stuck to their cheek. You stretch your legs, bones cracking like old floorboards, and glance around the abbey. It's quiet now. Not eerily quiet, just waiting. The kind of quiet that follows exhaustion or revelation. The book hasn't moved since last night. No more glowing, no more mysterious page flips. Just sitting there like it always has, absolutely refusing to burn and equally refusing to explain itself. You could use more things like that in your life. As the monks stir, the morning routine begins low chanting footsteps in gravel, someone dropping a bucket and muttering a hasty prayer. You go for water, let Ash sleep. The sun catches on a patch of melted stained glass, still stuck in the dirt shards of red and blue that once told a holy story, now scattered like candy wrappers from God's birthday party. Brother Owen meets you at the well. He looks rough. Even his robes seem tired. We're holding mass in the nave, he says. What's left of it? You nod. Are we allowed to sit on the pile of stones? He shrugs. If they don't collapse first, you attend out of habit more than faith. The sky above is pale and open. The roof gone, prayers floating upward, with no ceiling to bounce them back. The monks sing. The few villagers who stayed behind join in off-key but sincere. The service is short. No one has the energy for hellfire speeches or long readings. Then Brother Owen steps forward and opens the book. Everyone leans forward like it's about to speak. It doesn't, obviously, but he reads a passage, something about silence, after the storm, about strength, hiding in stillness, about rebuilding, not from pride, but necessity. The crowd listens. The birds above seem to pause. And then the wind picks up, catching the pages. They flutter just once before settling again. You could almost believe the book chose the reading itself. Historical fact: in the weeks following the 1184 fire, Glastonbury's monks continued daily religious services, even amid ruins. Open-air mass was not uncommon. The abbey used these moments not only for worship, but for reassuring both locals and pilgrims that the sacredness remained, no matter how many roof beams had fallen. After the service, people linger. A few kneel beside the book. Others wander off to rebuild a wall or inspect what's left of the cloister. Ash finally appears, looking half awake and fully unimpressed. Did the book speak yet? Only in metaphors. Ash snorts. Figures. You walk the grounds together. You pass the melted bell, still lodged in a pit like a sunken treasure. You step over scorched hymnals and wildflowers growing through cracks. Everything smells faintly of old rain and newer hope, and then the silence hits you. Not the absence of sound, but the presence of it. There's no hammering, no yelling, no frantic repair. Just calm. It's the first time you've felt it since before London burned. Ash notices too. They pause, hand resting on the half wall that used to frame the east transept. It's over, isn't it? They ask. You hesitate. This fire, yes. They nod. Feels like something's missing. You glance around at the ruins, at the monks, at the crowd that's grown quieter and closer over the weeks. Maybe we burned away what didn't matter. They chew on that. We should leave soon. You sigh. We always say that. Yeah, but this time I mean it. Fringe tidbit. Some believe the Glastonbury fire marked not just physical destruction, but a symbolic turning point, an end to one age of the abbey, and the beginning of another more mythical one. With Arthur's tomb discovered and the miracle book untouched, it became a place not just of faith, but of legend. Historians still argue whether the post-fire revival was rooted more in marketing than miracle. Pilgrimages surged, donations flowed. Some believe the fire was a terrible blessing in disguise. As you watch Ash toss the radish peel into the grass, you decide it doesn't matter. Truth or tale, fact or fable, this place endured, and so did you. You pat the fireproof book once on the cover gently, like a thank you. It doesn't glow, it doesn't hum, but somehow it feels like it nods. The wind tastes different in Winchester. You notice it the moment you step off the cart, cooler, sharper, with a hint of chalk dust and something metallic underneath. The city rises in elegant stone around you, once the capital of kings, now just a little too proud of its wide roads and tall towers. You squint up at the sky and think this place feels entirely too unburned. Ash stretches steps off the cart behind you and snorts. Let's see how long this one lasts. You both laugh, but it's that kind of laugh you've learned over the years. Half joke, half nervous prediction. The town is bustling, to be fair. Winchester is thriving. The cathedral gleams in the sunlight, and market stalls sprawl across the square in pleasant, flammable abundance. You take a room above a tanner's shop, which smells like boiled regret, but it's affordable and unlikely to catch fire unless someone's particularly careless with their sheepskins. You promise Ash and yourself no drama this time. That promise lasts exactly 6 days. On the 7th night, you're jolted awake by screaming. Not the fun kind, no singing monks, no philosophical chanting, just good old-fashioned. Everything is on fire again, screaming. You bolt upright, trip over your boots, and nearly fall down the stairs. Ash is already awake, dragging a blanket and yelling. The tanner's still asleep. You barge into his room, shake him and shout, "Wake up! Your house is becoming soup." Historical fact. Winchester, one of the most important cities in medieval England, suffered several significant fires during the Middle Ages, though many were poorly documented. One of the largest occurred in the late 12th century, possibly during King Stephen's tumultuous reign. Urban density, flammable building materials, and near total absence of fire regulation made such cities powder kegs with wood siding. Out the window, the sky is flickering red already. You don't know where it started. Doesn't matter. You recognize the shape of it, the way flames leap roof to roof, like gossip with legs. Ash is grabbing your bag, yelling for water, for neighbors, for anyone not on fire. The tanner stumbles behind half-dressed, holding a bag of buttons. Just buttons. You never ask. You push through the door, and the heat punches you in the face. The alley is already glowing. Sparks rain down like angry stars. You shove past a man trying to save a broom, and then it all becomes noise and smoke and heat. You head for the cathedral, always the cathedral. It's stone, it's sacred, and it has an uncanny habit of not catching fire right away. People are already flocking there, dragging carts, children, chickens. A woman barrels past with an entire wooden bench on her back. You make it halfway across the market square when something overhead cracks a beam. From a bakery collapses, sending flaming debris into a spice stand. Cinnamon and destruction fill the air. You grab Ash and duck into a doorway. "Why is it always bakeries?" Ash shouts. "Because bread is cursed," you yell back. Fringe tidbit. Some chroniclers blamed recurring fires in English cities on oven devilry, a half-serious belief that fire-loving spirits lived in hearths and caused trouble if not properly appeased with salt or leftover crusts. Historians still argue whether any of Winchester's major fires were acts of sabotage during civil unrest, particularly during the chaotic years of the anarchy, or simply the result of sheer architectural optimism and a stubborn refusal to use stone for anything but cathedrals. By the time you reach the cathedral square, the fire has leapt across several streets, and half the city seems to be on its way here. A line forms for the well. Monks organize buckets. A boy throws water from a helmet. It's chaos, but well-practiced chaos, like the city remembers what to do. You join in without thinking. Water, pass, throw, gasp, repeat. The fire pushes closer. The smoke blots the moon, and then miraculously, terribly, the wind shifts, not away, toward the cathedral. You and Ash lock eyes. You both know what that means. Same plan, you ask. Same plan, they nod. You pull your cloak tight, grab another bucket, and brace for the worst. Because Winchester is burning, and you're not running this time. You don't remember exactly when you lost your bucket. It's somewhere between the part where the bell tower starts smoldering and the part where a nobleman's house explodes in a puff of what smells suspiciously like imported brandy and entitlement. But the bucket's gone now, ripped from your hand by either the fire, the crowd, or a particularly determined goat. You don't have time to figure it out, because Winchester is falling apart, and you're sprinting through its belly. Ash is just ahead, wrapped in wet cloth, like a very opinionated ghost. This way they shout, dodging through a narrow alley that was probably charming before it caught fire. You follow, ducking under hanging laundry that ignites as you pass flames, chasing you down the lane like they've got a grudge. The walls are too close, the smoke too thick. Somewhere nearby, a thatched roof sighs and collapses. You burst out into a side street and pause just long enough to see it. The royal quarter, not a palace exactly, but once a residence of kings. Now a cluster of elegant buildings with too many windows and the distinct air of no one here does their own laundry. The fire is eating it. You see it climb the trellises, lick at the silk banners, hear the crack of oak beams splintering under pressure. And there in the middle of it all, a man in fine robes, waving a ladle and yelling for his footman, who is already long gone. Ash points. Is that? Don't even ask, you mutter, dragging them toward the gatehouse. Historical fact. Winchester, once the capital of Anglo-Saxon England and home to royal estates, saw significant fire damage in the 12th century. Records are vague, but parts of the old royal residence and surrounding elite homes were lost. The city never fully regained its former political clout. You reach the gatehouse just as the flames curl over the roof. Inside, guards are shouting, peasants are pouring water on velvet curtains, and someone is carrying out a golden bathtub like it's the crown jewels. You grab a torch because somehow, in the madness, you're now the responsible adult and lead a group of coughing survivors through the rear hall. You shout orders. You grab that child. Don't touch that tapestry. Why is there a peacock in here? Ash kicks open a side door, and the lot of you spill into the cold night air behind the manor. The garden is already smoldering. The statues look horrified. The peacock escapes. You almost cheer. Fringe tidbit. According to a surviving letter, one nobleman during a Winchester fire insisted on saving his collection of carved spoons, leaving behind most of his wardrobe. The spoons survived. His house did not. Historians still argue whether these fire evacuation stories are accurate or embroidered later for comic effect. Either way, they provide a rare look at how medieval elites handled catastrophe, often with more panic than planning. You and Ash collapse behind a low stone wall, panting, soot-streaked, and now covered in what might be garden fertilizer. Around you, people are gathering in twos and threes, dazed, blinking through ash, holding whatever they could carry. One woman clutches a roast goose. A boy hugs a half-burnt broom. The cathedral bell tolls, once a deep, tired sound that echoes off the ruined streets. You don't know if it's a warning, a farewell, or just habit. But it rings, and people pause, and somehow that makes it feel less like the end of the world. Ash flops down beside you, arms splayed out. You said this time would be boring. They groan. I said I hoped it would be boring. Well, you cursed it. You both laugh the kind of laugh that bubbles up between smoke and survival. Around you, flames recede. The wind dies down. The fire, having gorged itself, seems content to nap. You lie back and stare up at the stars, peeking now through cracks in the smoke. There are fewer than usual, or maybe you're just too tired to see them all. But one thing's clear. No crown could save this city, and no fire could take it all. You don't sleep that night. You lie in a patch of damp grass just outside the fire's reach, surrounded by singed hedges, snoring strangers, and what's left of Winchester. The sky is strangely clear now. No clouds, no smoke, just stars, uncaring, brilliant, and deeply unhelpful. Ash lies beside you wrapped in a blanket that smells like garlic and goat. Their foot is resting on your arm. You don't move it. Across the field, the city smolders like a dragon with a bad hangover. Occasional pops and groans ripple through the silenced timbers, surrendering tiles, sliding from roofs, the muttered complaints of people trying to rebuild reality before breakfast. You sit up slowly and scan the skyline. What's left of the royal quarter is a silhouette sharp and broken. The cathedral, thank every saint with good timing, is still standing, though parts of its roof now resemble toasted bread. The rest of the city is a patchwork of glowing ruins, collapsed homes, and flickering torches in the distance. A few feet away, a man with soot-blackened sleeves strums a one-string lute, the song meandering between sorrow and shrug. You don't recognize the tune. You don't need to. It's the sound of survival, not triumphant, not tragic, just tired. Historical fact: many towns in medieval England organized informal camps outside their walls after great fires. Survivors would sleep in fields or along riverbanks, forming temporary communities of shared loss, shared stories, and shared stew, assuming someone salvaged a pot. Someone nearby offers you a bowl of something hot and vaguely root-based. You accept it with a nod blow on it and try not to think too hard about what's floating on top. Ash wakes bleary-eyed. Did the city stop burning? Mostly, they sit up and groan dramatically. My hair smells like chimney. It's an improvement. They throw a charred piece of bread at you. It bounces off your knee with a soft thunk. You both laugh. Not because anything is funny, but because laughter is the only bucket you have left. You spend the next few hours walking the perimeter of the camp. People are quiet, huddled in family clumps, or alone with their thoughts. One woman is talking to a scorched doll. A boy pets a chicken like it's a cat. Two men argue over whether fireproof pants should be invented. Fringe tidbit. After some medieval fires, records mention townspeople trying to develop primitive fire cloaks, woolen garments soaked in vinegar or urine to protect from flames. Whether they worked is unclear. Whether they smelled awful is not. Historians still argue whether such garments were practical or just a desperate form of medieval DIY. But they show how quickly people adapted even amid ashes. Near dawn, you reach the river's edge. The water reflects the ruins, casting double images, upside-down cathedrals, flaming windows, turned calm ripples. A log floats by, with a boot still attached. Ash joins you arms crossed. We should go soon. You nod. Yeah. You think it'll all be gone by next winter. You glance at the city, at the people already hammering boards across gaps, already arguing about roof angles, already reopening soup stalls next to heaps of ash. No, you say, not gone, just changed. Ash kicks a stone into the water. You always say that. It's always true. You sit together as the sun creeps over the horizon, spilling gold over the ruins, turning burnt brick into warm amber and smoke into gentle mist. And for just a moment, the fire feels far away, and the world feels kind again. You'll never forget the smell. Not the smoke, not the ash, not the wet plaster, or the river mud, or the slightly overcooked pigeon that someone roasted on a makeshift spit using a pew leg. Those smells pass, linger a bit, sure, but they move on. No, the one that stays, the one that latches onto your soul like a stray cat in winter, is the smell of burnt velvet. You didn't know velvet could smell like that. You assumed it would burn politely, maybe melt a little whisper, something dramatic, before collapsing in a tasteful pile. But velvet, it turns out, burns like betrayal. You're helping sift through the remains of a noble house near the old city square. The building had belonged to someone important, possibly a cousin of the Earl of Sandwich, or a baron who once punched a bishop. It's hard to tell now. The walls are gone, the roof is a memory, and the fancy tapestries have fused into the floor. Ash is dragging out what looks like the remnants of a chaise lounge still smoldering. Smells like someone tried to perfume a funeral. You cough. That's imported perfume you're inhaling. Very expensive. Probably royal. Smells like royal feet. They're not wrong. Historical fact. During the rebuilding of medieval cities after major fires, many noble residences were found to contain excess flammable materials. Velvet curtains, tapestries, waxed furniture, silk canopies. These luxuries contributed heavily to the rapid spread of fires in wealthier neighborhoods, which were ironically more vulnerable due to their decor. The Velvet Room must have once been stunning pillars carved like vines, ceiling beams painted with stars, walls draped in fabrics dyed with things so rare they probably glowed in moonlight. Now it's all blackened luxury, soft rot, and scorched pride. Ash holds up a shoe silver-buckled toe curled half melted. Think they made it out? You pause. Think of the stories, of the footsteps in the garden, of the uneaten feast they found still on the table. You imagine someone running through this room with a goblet in hand, silk cloak ablaze, yelling about inheritance. No, you say, but the shoe did. Ash pockets it like a trophy. You keep working. Around you, more survivors pick through wreckage, some looking for valuables, some for keepsakes, some just for proof that their lives existed before the fire. And always, always the velvet smell follows. At one point, you stumble upon a blackened harp. Its strings snapped, its wood warped, but its frame intact. You place your hand on it gently. It hums barely, just a whisper of sound, like music refusing to give up. Fringe tidbit. In some Winchester records, it's noted that after major fires, minstrels would play charred instruments in the streets, turning broken melodies into a kind of mourning. These burnt ballads became a strange tradition, half grieving, half celebration of survival. Historians still argue whether this practice was spontaneous or ceremonial. Some even suggest it was a way to mock the wealthy, whose ruined possessions became street entertainment. Ash climbs what's left of a staircase and yells, "There's a tapestry up here that's only half on fire." You groan. "If you bring that home, I'm sleeping outside." They grin. It smells like cinnamon. It smells like arson. Later, as evening falls, you sit on the cracked steps of the ruined manor, watching the sky turn soft and lavender. The air is still thick with perfume smoke and boiled wood. People move quietly now. Even the pigeons seem tired. Ash sits beside you barefoot and soot-smeared with the melted shoe resting on their knee like a pet. "We keep ending up in fires," they say. "We have a type. A very dangerous type. You watch the last light fade from the windows across the square windows that once framed velvet drapes and soft laughter, and now only frame the stars. And as the darkness settles in, you think fire doesn't care how rich you are. It just wants something beautiful to ruin. And velvet gives it poetry. Rebuilding always sounds heroic in songs. Hammering beams beneath a rising sun. Sweaty brows, noble brows. Builders nodding to each other like, yes, we are remaking the world with these moderately aligned stones. But in reality, rebuilding smells like mold disappointment and someone's wet socks left on your only chair. You and Ash are still in Winchester. Not because you planned to stay, but because somehow everyone just assumed you were staying. The moment you stopped walking, someone handed you a broom, then a shovel, then a roof tile. Now you've got a tool belt and a nickname. Old Bucket Face. Thanks to one memorable afternoon involving a runaway ladder and a misplaced washtub, Ash is thriving. They've taken to organizing crews of teenagers, issuing orders with terrifying cheerfulness. Right, you 3 timbers to the left. You stop licking the mortar. Someone has to lead. And it turns out, Ash is terrifying with a clipboard. You meanwhile spend your days rebuilding walls, lifting stone, replacing burnt doors with not yet burnt ones. Sometimes people offer payment in radishes, buttons, or stories. You take all 3. One morning, you're patching what used to be the apothecary when an old woman approaches. She points to a soot mark on the wall. That's where my husband stood. During the fire, she says, then pauses. He lived, but his eyebrows didn't. You nod solemnly. We'll rebuild those too. She smiles and hands you a loaf of bread. It smells only mildly like smoke. Historical fact. After fires, many English towns enacted basic rebuilding ordinances, wider streets, restrictions on thatched roofs, encouragement to use stone instead of wood. These weren't always enforced, but they marked early steps toward urban planning. Rebuilding wasn't just about restoring, it was about trying to prevent the next disaster. Emphasis on trying. Of course not, everyone agreed. Stone's cold one man crumbles. Thatch has character. Yes, you mutter. And it bursts into flames like it owes someone money. You start calling the rebuilt district Ashtown, partially as a joke, partially because Ash insists. They even carve a little sign and hang it from the front of your half-finished home, Ashtown population survivors. You don't argue, because slowly, painfully, something begins to resemble a life again. Fringe tidbit. Some post-fire homes included fire charms, runes, or blessed tokens hidden in walls or above doors to ward off future blazes. One Winchester resident buried a cooked sausage in his foundation, so the fire gods would think he'd already burned. Historians are still debating his culinary motives. Historians still argue whether these rituals were serious beliefs or just superstition, born from desperation. Either way, you find 3 chicken bones and a shoe sole buried under your new doorstep. Ash insists on leaving them there for luck. Nights are quieter now. You sit by a small fire, an intentional contained polite fire in your courtyard. Someone plays a half-stringed lute. Someone else roasts a pear. The air smells like food, not ruin. Ash joins you holding a teacup full of soup. You know they say, this might actually be nice. You raise your brow. We've built 4 walls. One of them leans. They're emotional walls. Very supportive. You clink your mugs together, soup cheers, and stare at the stars. Rebuilding isn't glorious. It's sore hands, and burnt toast, and crooked windows, and arguments over nail size. But it's also laughter after collapse, and quiet between storms, and brick after careful, stubborn brick. And sometimes that's enough. You arrive in Norwich, expecting a quiet coastal life, full of salted fish, and people who don't immediately catch fire. You are of course wrong. It starts, as these things always do, with something entirely normal. A dockworker sneezing, a lantern tipping, a careless elbow. And then, boom, a barrel explodes. Not just any barrel. A pitch barrel, stacked too close to a shipment of herring and next to a shack full of straw. Because medieval supply logistics are like, let's store everything flammable together in one central ignition chamber. You and Ash had only just arrived. You were unloading a crate of turnips. Glorious, boring, totally inflammable turnips. The crate didn't even belong to you. You were just being helpful. Ash was trying to chat up a spice merchant. The sky was clear. Life seemed, dare you say, it's stable. And then Norwich catches fire. Again, historical fact. In 1276, the city of Norwich suffered a catastrophic fire that destroyed over 700 houses, along with churches, shops, and much of the market district. It was one of the largest urban fires in medieval England, possibly sparked in the commercial district near the river. The flames eat through the waterfront faster than rumor through a tavern. You shout. Ash yells. Someone throws a fish at the blaze. It does not help. Why does this keep happening? Ash screams. You duck as another barrel bursts. Maybe we're cursed. I told you not to touch that creepy sausage under the doorstep. You sprint down an alley, dodging carts, cats, and panicked traders. Behind you, fire races across a thatched roof, then leaps to a chimney, then belly flops onto a linen shop. Norwich is different than London or York. The streets twist like a drunk's memory. The buildings lean into close, whispering secrets and sharing embers. You push through the chaos toward the stone church near the market square, hoping, praying that it holds. Ash grabs a bucket. You grab a table leg. A man behind you is hurling goose feathers at the fire while shouting, "Be gone, sky demons." You don't correct him. You're busy trying not to die. The square is a mess of water lines, half-burnt carts, and airborne panic. Someone is trying to sell protective charms mid-evacuation. A woman drops a bag of onions, weeps, picks them up, and runs. You throw your water at a burning awning and feel the steam claw at your face. Ash pours a bucket over a haystack. It only smolders more stubbornly. You spot a child dragging a wheel of cheese. "Where's your family?" you shout. They said to save the important things. Fair enough. Fringe tidbit. After the Norwich fire, reports mentioned cheese refugees, families who fled carrying only wheels of cheese or barrels of ale. Some even sold them on the road to fund rebuilding. One man reportedly refused to leave his garden gnome, the medieval equivalent, a carved hedgehog, and later rebuilt his entire home around it. Historians still argue whether the fire was a single accidental blaze or the result of multiple small outbreaks in a city already strained by poor planning and dry weather. Some blame overfilled chimneys. Others point to the pitch barrels. The fish are innocent. Probably. By nightfall, the fire has slowed, not because it ran out of passion, but because it ran out of fuel. Half the district is gone. Over 700 homes, the market, several churches, one very fancy hat shop. You and Ash collapse on a charred step, clothes wet, lungs aching. Ash spits out soot. That's it. No more cities. You nod. We're moving into a cave. A wet one. A cave made of stone and common sense. You both stare out over the flickering ruins of Norwich. And then you burst out laughing, tired, wild laughter. Because this is your life now. Cursed, charred, unreasonably flammable. But here's the thing. You're still here, and so is Ash. And somewhere behind you, the cheese child is handing out slices to anyone who looks sad. You take one. It's not bad. You've run from fire before. You've sprinted across bridges, through cathedrals, over scorched gardens, and past collapsing chandeliers. But Norwich makes fire feel personal, because here the flames don't just burn, they chase. You and Ash find yourselves deep in the old merchant district, a winding maze of timber-framed houses and cozy little alleys, designed, it seems, exclusively to funnel fire directly toward your shins. It starts innocently enough. You're helping an older man push a cart of flour down a narrow lane, just trying to get it clear of a burning warehouse. Then someone yells. It's coming down the alley. And the next thing you know, poof, flames surge down the corridor, like they've been invited to a dinner party and are making up for lost time. You shove the man forward. Ash grabs your arm, and all three of you bolt zigzagging through the twisting ancient streets, past doorways, where fire peeks out like an unwelcome guest. This town was designed by a drunk eel. Ash screams as you both skid around a corner. You don't disagree. Historical fact. Norwich's medieval street layout. Narrow lanes, timber buildings, packed close together, many with overhanging upper floors, created perfect fire channels. In 1276, the fire spread quickly through these tight alleys, overwhelming large parts of the city before fire breaks could be attempted. Ash stops suddenly and yanks open the wooden door of a dye shop. In here, you both dive in, and the old man with the flower cart follows. The room smells like vinegar and wet wool, but for once, it's not on fire. Yet, you brace the door. The flames outside roar past like a parade of angry ghosts. Through the gaps in the wooden slats, you see light flicker. You hear someone outside singing, which is either very brave or very confused. You huddle in the corner beside a barrel of blue dye. Ash leans against it and immediately turns half of their tunic an unfortunate shade of regret. Nice, you say. Now they'll find us by the trail. They roll their eyes. Maybe blue confuses fire. Sure. Let's invent fire camouflage. The old man is muttering something about his flower catching divine judgment. You pat his shoulder and try to look wise. Mostly, you just look very, very sweaty. The fire passes, for now. You open the back door and emerge into a rear alley, only to find the fire has looped around ahead of you. Another street ablaze. A butcher shop with sausages now fully flambéed. You run again. Past the baker's, past a row of burning bed sheets, flapping like panicked flags, past a pub whose sign has fallen but still reads The Smouldering Hen, which feels a bit too on the nose. Fringe tidbit. In medieval fire folklore, some believed fire had moods. It could follow people it disliked or avoid those with pure hearts and clean feet. Fire chasers, often barefoot monks, were sent to walk ahead of flames in the hopes of luring them away from towns. Records show this was roughly as effective as shouting at smoke. Historians still argue whether this belief influenced actual firefighting techniques or was simply a coping mechanism wrapped in ritual. You and Ash finally make it to a small square where the fire hasn't yet reached. People are gathering, forming lines, passing water, flinging dirt. You join in, not because it'll fix everything, but because doing something beats watching the world go orange. A boy hands you a helmet full of rainwater. You toss it on a burning barrel. Ash kicks over a flaming basket. The old man with the flour begins smacking flames with his sack, swearing with impressive variety. And just like that, you push the fire back. Not far, not everywhere, but here, now, together. You collapse on the cobbles breathless. Ash flops down beside you, looking like a smurf who's just fought a dragon. Next time they say between gasps, we visit a town made entirely of damp stone. You nod. And soup, stone, and soup. That's it. You lie back. The sky is black above, and everything smells like singed ham. But you're alive. Again. Because even when fire knows your name and addresses its invitations personally, you run faster. Let it be said, in moments of crisis, you will do things you never thought yourself capable of, like sprinting across a collapsing footbridge or flinging a hot sausage back into a burning tavern because it looked at you funny, or as today demonstrates, evacuating your elderly neighbor in a wheelbarrow. The old woman, her name's Mabel, but she insists on Madam Mabel. Mistress of Remedies refused to leave her cottage without her 3 cats, a basket of dried herbs, and a silver spoon that she swears once belonged to a bishop. The flames were already licking the next building when Ash burst into the room, shouted emergency spa day, and began piling things into a wheelbarrow. Mabel didn't object. She just demanded a cushion. Now you're charging through Norwich's uneven streets, dodging embers and clumps of burning moss, pushing a wheelbarrow full of grumbling old lady and mildly judgmental cats. Ash runs ahead, flapping a soot-covered tunic like it's a holy banner. Make way for the queen, they shout. Royal procession. Someone actually bows. You don't correct them. Historical fact. In the aftermath of large medieval fires, many urban evacuations were impromptu and ridiculous. Survivors used carts, crates, even door frames as makeshift stretchers. There are records of people saving pigs in baby slings and dragging grandmothers on sleds, whatever worked in the chaos. Mabel waves as you wheel her down a side street. To the cathedral, darling. It has stone and silence. Good for the nerves. A burning beam crashes near a bakery. Also a lack of bread, she adds. Less temptation. You round a corner and nearly run into a man wheeling a barrel of pickled herring. You both screech to a halt, nod solemnly, then continue your respective ridiculous missions. You catch a glimpse of the fire behind you. It's slowed but still angry. The church bells clang again, probably a mix of warning and we don't know what else to do. The cobblestones rattle under your feet. The wheelbarrow bounces. Mabel doesn't flinch. The cats stare ahead like tiny generals. Ash throws open the cathedral gate with a dramatic flourish. Your palace awaits, my lady. Inside, the monks, have already cleared a space for refugees. The pews are covered in cloaks. The altar has been politely ignored in favor of water buckets and wet bread. You wheel Mabel to a quiet corner. She gives a regal nod. I approve. I may never leave. Fringe tidbit. It's said that after one particularly devastating city fire, an old woman was nicknamed the Rolling Rose for being pushed to safety in a barrel, clutching a live duck and singing. Songs were written. A small inn still bears her name. Whether she existed is unclear, but the duck certainly did. Historians still argue whether medieval communities were more resilient than we give them credit for, or if they simply had no other option. The line between endurance and improvisation was often very, very blurry. You collapse beside ash on a stone bench. Your arms ache. Your lungs hate you. Your clothes smell like every bad decision ever made near a cooking fire. Ash hands you a crust of bread. You stare at it. Is this safe? It's damp. That counts. Mabel clears her throat. You both turn. She lifts the bishop's spoon like a royal scepter. This spoon survived 5 husbands, 3 plagues, and now another fire. Don't tell me old things can't endure. You raise your crust in a toast. Ash does the same. To old things you say. To wheelbarrows adds ash. To stone cathedrals, Mabel says, and the people smart enough to hide in them. The fire outside continues to hiss and spit, but inside, under ancient arches and behind heavy doors, you're safe. For now, there's something sacred about ash between your fingernails. It's not glamorous. It doesn't inspire poetry. But after surviving fires in London, York, Glastonbury, Winchester, and now Norwich, you've come to recognize the ritual of it. The quiet, stubborn work of picking up what's left. The fires have long since retreated. Rain helped. So did the wind. Once it remembered it wasn't supposed to fan the flames. Now the city is full of grey ruins and cautious optimism, like someone's trying to host a party in a partially collapsed tavern. You and Ash start helping with rebuilding, because of course you do. No one asks you. Just grab a shovel and someone hands you a hammer. That's how it works now. If you're not hauling, you're cooking. If you're not cooking, you're rebuilding. And if you're not doing any of that, you're probably being yelled at by a soot-covered teenager who's decided they're in charge of roofing. Ash joins a crew reinforcing stone foundations along one of the alleys. You work with the carpenters, replacing beams, clearing rubble, muttering prayers over cracks. And every night, you count bricks like memories. Historical fact. After the Great Fire of 1276, Norwich began to rebuild using more stone and brick, moving away from thatch and timber in key areas. While some reconstruction was slow and inconsistent, wealthier parts of the city adopted tougher materials, marking a small but vital shift in medieval urban design. Your section of the street is almost finished now. Just a row of shops and 2 homes, one of which used to be a candle maker's hut. You rebuild it with thick walls and no candles allowed ever again. Ash paints a sign out front. No fire, no smoke, no drama. You approve. Some days feel lighter. People sing again, even if their voices are hoarse. The bread returns slightly burnt, but it tastes like trying. The monks at the cathedral have started giving small blessings for builders. You line up half joking and receive a sprinkle of holy water on your scalp. You are fortified, the monk says. Ash leans over. did he just bless your dandruff? Probably. Nice. Fringe tidbit. After major city fires, it wasn't uncommon for blessed bricks to be used in rebuilding. These were usually the first stone laid in a new foundation, often sprinkled with wine oil or holy water. Some even placed coin's teeth or written prayers beneath them, early attempts at warding off future destruction. Historians still argue whether these customs were rooted more in superstition or sacred tradition. Likely both. The line between ritual and necessity in the medieval world was often just a smudge in the dust. One afternoon, while sorting through debris, Ash finds a blackened teacup. It's cracked, lopsided, useless. But they hold it up like treasure. It didn't melt. You nod. We keep it, obviously. It's our new emotional support teacup. You place it on your new windowsill, a little shelf made of salvaged oak. It leans slightly. The cup leans the other way. Balance. Each night you light a tiny flame in a small dish, controlled, watched, safe. You sit beside it and sip broth. You and Ash talk about silly things. Soup rankings, medieval plumbing, whether pigeons understand arson. But always at the edge of the flame, you both watch the shadows. You're not afraid anymore. But you remember, ashes are not endings. They're just the beginning of a new layer. A little tougher, a little wiser, a little more flame resistant. You never meant to mourn a tavern. But here you are standing in front of what used to be the jolly god hat in hand, soot on boots, staring at a pile of splintered wood and melted tankards like it was a beloved uncle. You and Ash used to stop by after long days, hauling beams or hammering roof tiles. The chairs wobbled. The ale tasted like it held a grudge. But the company, warm, loud, ridiculous. There was always a bard playing something vaguely melodic, a dice game in the corner, and a man named Lionel who told the same story about falling into a goose pond every night and always cried halfway through. Now, just scorched brick and silence. Ash crouches, poking through the rubble. I think this was the table where we arm wrestled that nun. You nod. She cheated. She blessed her biceps. You can still smell the burnt cider on the wind. Historical fact. Tavern culture in medieval England was more than just drunken merrymaking. Taverns were key social hubs, hosting meetings, entertainment, informal courts, and community discussions. Their destruction in city fires often fractured neighborhoods more than the loss of houses did. You take a seat on a charred log that used to be a ceiling beam. Ash sits beside you, holding up a half-melted pewter mug, grinning like they just dug up Excalibur. We could open a new one, they say. A tavern. Yeah. We call it the Fireproof God. You raise an eyebrow. Bit. Optimistic. No. Ash shrugs. Fine. The slightly more fire-aware God. You both laugh soft at first, then loud, unfiltered. A couple walking past smiles, though they're missing shoes and look like they've slept in a chimney. You start humming, not a song, you know, just something that sounds like smoke curling upward. Ash joins in, adding harmonies that wander, but always come back. And soon, without realizing, you're singing a proper song, not about kings or saints, just a tavern that once stood here, where the mugs were always cracked, and the music was always terrible, and the people never ever left until they were carried. Fringe tidbit. After fires, entire neighborhoods sometimes gathered to commemorate destroyed taverns, with song and storytelling often exaggerating their glory beyond all recognition. Some towns even held mock funerals for their favorite pubs. At least one monk wrote an ode to a lost alehouse titled Ye Blessed Keg of St. Crispin. Historians still argue whether these impromptu rituals served practical rebuilding efforts, or if they were just a necessary release for grief wrapped in ale foam. Ash stands, brushes ash off their knees, and announces, "We'll rebuild it. Maybe not here, maybe not today, but someday, somewhere. There'll be mugs and music and bad lighting and worse jokes." You nod. "We'll hang a melted spoon on the wall, and Lionel's goose story shall live on." You leave the site with soot in your lungs, a song in your throat, and a mug in your bag, its handle half missing, and its surface engraved with faint surviving words. Drink, sing, try not to catch fire. You will. You'll drink again, you'll sing again, and maybe, just maybe you'll do it in a place you build yourselves. Children are playing among the ashes, not solemnly, not in a strange, spooky way, just naturally. As if the scorched foundations of Norwich are simply a new kind of playground. One child clambers over a pile of blackened bricks like it's a castle. Another waves a broken beam like a sword and declares themselves Captain Firestopper, defender of the Soup District. You and Ash watch from a safe distance, seated on a stone wall that leans just far enough to be worrisome. Ash has a stick of something sweet in hand, caramel fused with desperation, sold by a vendor who refuses to acknowledge that his cart smells like charcoal. You sip tea brewed over a very cautious fire, the kind that's been doused 3 times out of principle. It tastes like boiled wood and hope. Did we look like that? Ash asks, nodding toward the kids. Worse, you say. We had fewer teeth and more ambition. Ash grins. Speak for yourself. Historical fact. After major fires, children were often among the first to return to play in the rubble, partly because they were less afraid, and partly because their families needed them out of the way during rebuilding. Some towns even recorded post-fire games that mimicked firefighting, including bucket relays and rooftop rescues performed with alarming enthusiasm. You watch as 2 children argue over who gets to rescue the imaginary villagers from an imaginary inferno made of sticks. One of them wears a pot for a helmet. Another has tied bits of charred cloth around their arms for flame resistance. You're not sure whether to be proud or deeply concerned. Ash leans forward. They're pretending to put the fire out with Soup. You blink. That's our legacy then. Soup saves. Put that on a shield. One girl walks by with a wooden spoon tucked into her belt. I'm a monk, she declares. I fight fire with holy broth and my fists. You try not to cry from laughter. Fringe tidbit. There's evidence that some medieval children developed superstitions of their own around fire. In one 13th century letter, a mother notes her son refused to sleep near candles unless given a pebble he believed could trap sparks. In Norwich, charred bricks were collected and painted with faces often placed in windows as flame watchers. Historians still argue whether these were true superstitions, play behavior, or a way to psychologically process widespread trauma. Probably all 3. You and Ash eventually join in. You help build a pretend fire station out of crates. Ash organizes a bucket race that ends with someone slipping in soup. A small boy insists on inspecting your boots for flame residue. He pronounces them a little suspicious but salvageable. You share what's left of your tea with a gaggle of soot-faced apprentices. They tell you what they'll be when they grow up. A stone roofer with waterproof shoes. A fire inspector who yells at chimneys. A flame whisperer who negotiates with smoke. One girl holds a candle and says, "I'll outlaw these. We'll just squint at everything." And honestly, that might work. You leave the square just as the sun begins to fall, casting long shadows over the broken stones and rising roofs. The children wave. One tosses you a burnt button for protection. You pocket it without hesitation, because someday these children will be the ones rebuilding not just homes, but how people think about fire, about safety, about survival. And if they remember soup spoons and a pair of half-mad wanderers who once saved a lady in a wheelbarrow, well, that's not a bad legacy. The sky over Norwich is blue today, not just not on fire blue, not slightly smoky with a chance of regrets blue, but bright, clean, almost annoyingly cheerful blue. The kind of sky that makes you squint and mutter, "Don't get cocky." You and Ash are standing on what remains of a stone archway. Below you, the city breathes again. Walls half-built, chimneys, reborn streets cleared of debris for the first time in weeks. It's still ragged, still raw, but you can see its shape returning, like a scar forming into something stronger. Ash shields their eyes with one hand. Look at them. Little ants with optimism. You squint down at the square. A team of bricklayers shuffles in rhythm. A gaggle of roofers argues over angles. A very determined man pushes a wheelbarrow full of live chickens. Standard stuff, and then you see it. Near the center of the square, a new structure going up. Simple, low walls. A timber frame that's, oh no, just a bit too familiar. You turn to Ash. Is that? It is, they say, smiling. The new tavern. Historical fact. Rebuilding efforts after medieval fires often prioritized communal spaces, including markets, churches, and yes, taverns. These were essential for morale and social order. In Norwich, at least 3 new alehouses were documented in the first 2 years after the 1276 fire. You climb down from the arch and make your way to the construction site. The workers wave, some recognize you as those fire folk who helped save Madame Mabel and organize the soup races. You nod solemn and wise, as befits a local legend. The tavern skeleton is charming, wider than the old one, lower ceilings, less fuel. The signboard lies ready on the ground, blank, waiting. Ash picks it up and hands you a bit of charcoal. Go on, they say. You've earned it. You hesitate, then write carefully. The slightly fireproof cod. A few passers-by chuckle. One man claps. About time. You grin. Ash bows deeply to the invisible crowd. Later, while the workers hammer beams and someone tests the cider tap for moral stability, you and Ash sneak up to the roof, partly finished, mostly precarious. You sit on the edge legs, dangling, wind rustling your sleeves. Fringe tidbit. Some medieval towns developed a habit of building fire benches, stone seats outside new buildings, where people could sit and rest, watch for sparks, and swap stories. These became informal storytelling corners, often marked with carved symbols or weirdly happy gargoyles. Historians still argue whether the fire benches were official civic features or just a natural outcome of trauma meeting stubborn community spirit. Either way, you decide to install one in front of the cod, shaped like a loaf of bread. Ash clinks their cup against your cider. Warm, slightly smoky. So they say. After this one, what then? You pause. The question hovers like the smell of burnt stew. Then you shrug. Maybe we find another broken town. Maybe we find one that's never burned. You both laugh, hysterically, deliriously. Yeah, Ash says. And maybe we'll find a city where people don't build chimneys next to haylofts. You raise your cup to mythical cities, to non-flammable dreams, and as you toast each other, surrounded by half-built walls, hopeful noise, and the scent of possibility, you finally truly believe this town will rise again. And if it falls, well, you've got your boots, you've got each other, and you've got a spoon blessed by Madame Mabel. Let the fire try. You wake up to the sound of hammers, not angry hammers, not frantic, the roof is falling in hammers, but measured, rhythmic, hopeful hammers. The kind that say, yes, the tavern burned down, but we're still putting in a window box for herbs. You stretch beneath your makeshift blanket, a stitched quilt that smells like nettles and good decisions. Ash is already up, squabbling with a vendor over whether today's pickled radishes qualify as breakfast. You roll off your coat, lace, your boots, only mildly scorched, and step outside into a Norwich that feels alive. Streets have shape again, chimneys stand tall, and only release intentional smoke. Someone sweeping with unnecessary flair. A boy is drawing smiley faces on bricks with charcoal. You pass by Madame Mabel, who nods regally from her Newport spoon, twinkling in the sun. You missed morning tea, she says. I value sleep over scalded tongue, you reply. She snorts. You'll never ascend like that. Ash runs up, hands you a wrapped pastry, stolen from the baker's window. You unwrap it. Did you pay for it? Emotionally, you bite in anyway. It's terrible. But terrible pastry in a rebuilt town tastes better than anything fire ever offered. Historical fact. In the months and years after major medieval fires, towns like Norwich saw a period of rapid regrowth and social cooperation. Guilds pooled resources, churches redistributed wealth, apprentices became builders. The entire idea of citizenship subtly shifted from birthright to participation. You spend the morning helping raise the back wall of the slightly fireproof cord. It tilts. You tilt. It's a spiritual match. Ash climbs up to inspect the rafters. These beams are so uneven, they might be art. Call it rustic, you shout up. People will pay more. Rustic it is. Someone down the road starts playing a lute. Badly. The melody stumbles, falls, then dusts itself off and keeps going. A barrel rolls past on its own. No one questions it. By midday, you've patched a dozen holes, splintered only 3 planks, and rescued one very confused cat from the rafters. The cat now lives with Madame Mabel. Its name is Cinders. You sit in the town square for lunch soup and whatever Ash calls experimental biscuits. They crunch like regret. You eat too. You watch children chase each other with wooden buckets. A monk sketches new building plans on parchment. A blacksmith sells charms made from melted hinges. The air hums with newness. Fringe tidbit. Rebuilt cities often contained relics of their fires, bits of scorched timber, melted coins or fuse tools, worked into walls and beams like fossils of survival. Some believed these relics protected the home. Others just found them comforting proof that they'd endured. Historians still argue whether this was intentional symbolism or simple frugality. But even now, centuries later, archaeologists sometimes find fire-marked bricks placed at eye-level quiet reminders of past disaster, present courage. Ash wanders over with 2 mugs of cider. The first barrel of the season, they announce proudly. And I only spilled a little. You clink mugs. Think it'll last this time? Ash asks, nodding toward the new cod. Depends, you say. Did we build it with kindling? Only emotionally. You sip. It's warm, spiced, perfect. The wind brushes past, carrying no ash, no sparks, just dust laughter, the scent of bread. You lean back against the wall and close your eyes. For the first time in what feels like months, there's no smoke, just sun and cider, and the faint creak of a new town growing. Tonight the tavern opens its doors, not fully finished, not entirely safe. One of the chairs wobbles with such determination, it may be sentient. But the beams are solid, the hearth is warm, and the sign above the entrance, hand-painted in slightly nervous calligraphy, reads, "The slightly fireproof cod." We tried. You and Ash arrive just before dusk. The street is buzzing. Neighbors chat over barrels. Children dart through the legs of chuckling masons. Even Madame Mabel has shown up spoon-polished, wearing what she calls her formal shawl. Inside the walls are decorated with recovered objects. A melted fork, a singed glove, a scorched plank shaped vaguely like St. Jude, or a bread roll. There's a bench out front, carved with the words, "Sit, sip, watch for sparks." You take your place behind the bar, mostly because the actual bartender got nervous and left when someone mentioned structural liability. Ash is already working the crowd, refilling mugs, telling exaggerated tales of how they saved an entire cheese wheel with one hand and a monk with the other. The tavern hums with light music and a surprising number of people shouting to not catching fire before every sip. Historical fact. After medieval disasters, communal celebrations were a key part of recovery. These weren't just parties, they were affirmations that life continued. Songs, food, drink, storytelling all became rituals of resilience. Norwich, especially after the 1276 fire, hosted public feasts and games as part of its social repair. A boy climbs onto a stool and begins reciting a poem. It rhymes. It's terrible. Everyone claps anyway. You pour cider past bread duck when someone toasts a little too hard and flings a cup across the room. It's chaos, but the good kind, the kind that says, "We are still here." Ash sneaks behind the bar at one point and whispers. The chair finally collapsed. Was anyone on it? Just a chicken. Then we're fine. Fringe tidbit. In some towns, the first item served at a new tavern after a fire was purposefully burnt toast or charred meat. A symbolic offering to fate saying, "We've already burned, we're done now." Some even held mock trials for old furniture, condemning it for combustibility. Historians still argue whether these acts were genuine rituals or drunken jokes that later turned into tradition. Knowing your crowd tonight, it's probably both. Later, a group starts singing near the hearth. It's an old song patched together from memories. You don't know all the words, but you hum along. The melody twists and soars like smoke, familiar, comforting, a little defiant. You pass around bowls of soup. Bread goes quickly. Someone starts juggling pears. Another person insists their cider is haunted. Ash leans on the bar beside you. Cheeks flushed, hair still slightly blue from the dye shop incident weeks ago. "This is nice," they say. "Nice and flammable," you reply. Ash smirks. "One day we'll have a boring year." Don't make promises the fire gods can hear. Outside, the stars appear unbothered, unburned. Inside, someone has carved the phrase "still here" into the edge of a table. And that's the truth of it, isn't it? You're still here. Not untouched, not the same, but rebuilt, refired, reborn. One mug, one plank, one song at a time. Hey guys, tonight we're standing in the warm golden hush of a tavern rebuilt from ashes, with a belly full of soup and just enough cider to make the world feel gentle around the edges. There's laughter in the rafters and soft boots on stone floors. You can feel the day folding in on itself, quieting like a blanket pulled snug across tired shoulders. The slightly fireproof cord is glowing inside and out. Lanterns, low music slow, and every face carrying the same half smile that says we made it. You step outside for a breath of night air. Norwich stretches before you, not in flames, not in fear, but in glimmers. Roofs, patched chimneys puffing politely, and alleys echoing with footsteps that aren't running anymore. You lean against the tavern wall. It's still warm. The bricks were fired in haste, but laid with care. Somewhere nearby, Madame Mabel is reciting poetry to a circle of admirers. Ash is singing something out of tune as usual, standing on a table and swaying like a noble in a windstorm. You close your eyes and take it in. The creak of new timber, the scent of cooling stone, the faint crackle of a fire that for once is entirely under control. Historical fact: fire shaped medieval England, not just in destruction, but in resilience. Towns that burned, rebuilt with stronger laws, smarter layouts, and brick by brick, they turned disaster into determination. Norwich wasn't the first to burn, nor the last, but it, like so many others, refused to stay ash. You run your fingers along the carved bench out front. Sit, sip, watch for sparks. It's advice you might live by now. Fringe tidbit. In the decades following great fires, cities often became stronger than before. Some survivors joked they should set a controlled fire every 50 years, just to keep the planners on their toes. The phrase "blessing in disguise" might have been coined by a roofer with too much optimism and not enough nails. Historians still argue whether the fires shaped medieval society more than war or plague. But ask anyone who lost a home and rebuilt it with neighbors, and they'll tell you fire taught them how to live closer, speak kinder, and carry buckets faster. You head back inside. The music is slower now. The fire in the hearth has curled down to a sleepy flicker. Ash is curled in a chair with a cat on their lap. Someone's left a bowl of stew by the window for the house spirits. You add a slice of bread. Tomorrow you'll fix more walls, hammer new shingles, help a boy build a pigeon loft. Tomorrow Norwich will be a little newer, a little older, a little more real. But tonight the only sparks are in the lanterns. The only smoke is from your cup. And for the first time in a long, long while, you sleep. The fire has gone quiet now. Its light no longer leaps, but stretches. A long yawn across soot-darkened beams. The hearth murmurs a gentle whisper against the soft shuffle of chairs and the rustle of cloaks settling into corners. Somewhere, a spoon clinks softly in a bowl. And that's the loudest thing in the room. Outside, Norwich slumbers, not in fear, not in vigilance, but in earned peace. The rebuilt roofs keep out the wind. The chimneys breathe easy. Even the stars seem to sigh, as if satisfied with how far you've come. Your hands are rough, calloused, blackened beneath the fingernails. but they rest now, open-palmed on your lap. You've carried buckets, laid bricks, hauled old women in wheelbarrows, and faced down more than one flaming barrel of pitch. You did not come out untouched, but you came out. Ash sleeps beside the hearth, curled like a dog in the sunshine. Madame Mabel mumbles something about spoon taxes. The tavern creaks, once content, and in that quiet, you finally feel safe. So let go of the days you outran smoke. Let go of the nights you slept with one eye open. Let the fire fade to embers. Let the city breathe without coughing. Let your heart believe for just a few hours that there's nothing left to run from. Close your eyes. The god is watching, and the night for once is still.